Oak Grove School District on May 18th, 2023 at 5:00 p.m. May I have a motion and second to approve the agenda as submitted?
Motion to approve.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the agenda has been approved as submitted. So the board at this time will recess to close session to discuss the public employee performance evaluation of the superintendent, public employee discipline, release dismissal, government code section 54957, confer with labor negotiator, and student discipline case number 22/23-05. Persons wishing to address the board on closed session items may use the raise your hand Zoom feature to speak. And please reference the agenda item number in your public comment. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Is there anyone to speak to these items virtually?
There are none.
Okay. Seeing none in person, we will now recess to closed session and return at approximately 6 p.m. Thank you.
1 minute.
All right. Welcome, everyone. I have not seen this room this full and this big since I've been on the board. I think since any of us have been on the board. It's beautiful. I just want to thank everyone for coming out tonight. We know there's some very important issues that we're going to get to hear about from y'all. And yeah, we just appreciate seeing the room like this. Well, welcome to the regular board meeting of May 18th, 2023. It is now 6:19 p.m. and we have returned from closed session. Apologies that I ran a little bit over. This month, we're going to hear a very important resolution that's going to be honoring May as National Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. Today is also the Haitian Flag Day that just happens to land today on May 18th. And it's also Mental Health Awareness Month. So just as we close out the end of May, get ready for summer, just really some really important month of recognition and hopefully just taking the times for ourselves as we close out the year. So I'll go over some procedural best practices. Tonight, there will be many opportunities for the public to address the board, public hearings, public comment, or during a specific agenda item. If you wish to speak to the board, please complete the online request to speak form or use your raise the hand feature when the agenda item is reached. And we also have forms in person if you wish to speak. This will help me better manage the meeting. And when it is your turn to speak, your microphone will be unmuted or you'll be invited up to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. The Brown Act governs meetings of governmental bodies in California. Your comments to the board must be specific to the agenda item you are addressing. And if there is no specific item, you're welcome to present comments during public comment. The Brown Act permits public criticism of the district's policies, programs, and services, and of board members' action. Constitutional First Amendment free speech rights permit the public to criticize employees' job performance. However, the board will not listen to personal attacks, name calling, or the ridiculing of employees. All right. At this time, I will now present the land acknowledgement. So we acknowledge that the Oak Grove School District and our schools occupy the unceded territory of the Muwekmi Ohlone Nation, the sovereign nation and original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work and learn. The Muwekmi Ohlone people are the stewards of these lands and of the teaching and learning that comes from and responds to the needs of the land and people who share it. May our daily lives and work, research, teaching, and community engagement support the evolving vision of the Muwekmi Ohlone for their community and these lands. Superintendent Manso, will you please lead the flag salute?
You can join me. Pledge of allegiance.
Thank you, Superintendent Manso. I will now pass it back to you for the superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Hernandez, and welcome everyone. In light of the many individuals that we're here to recognize tonight, my report will be focused on recognizing our wonderful individuals that are here tonight. And so we're going to be starting with our Vision Award recipients. And after our Vision Award recipients for student success, we'll be excuse me, we'll be recognizing our Quality Instruction Vision Award awardees as well. And then followed by our Classified Employees of the Year and our teachers with years of service of 30, 35, and 40. And also nationally board certified teachers and our retirees. We have a lot to cover, but also a lot to celebrate and acknowledge the great work of our both students and staff. So as we call up the recipients, we're going to be asking our board to come down from the dais, and the recipients have received their certificates already at their home schools, but would like to invite them to come up and be acknowledged by the board as well. And so if you can come up when we call your names and make your way from your left to your right, and we'll recognize you and you can go back to your seat. We will be taking a little break after the National Board Certification when we recognize the National Board Certified teachers. We'll take a slight break and then we'll resume with our 20, 30, 35, and 40 years of service, and then our retirees. All right. With that, I'll invite our board to come down to the dais. And once I read the criteria, then Ms. Bowles will be reading the names from the individuals, and Ms. Vu will be taking a picture, and we'll be posting these on our website and our social media and sharing that with our entire community as well. And so for our Quality Instruction Vision Awards, for our Student Success Vision Awards, these students were nominated based on the following criteria: accepts responsibility leading to personal accomplishment. These students successfully and continually demonstrate self-directed student learning. Effectively uses a variety of complex reasoning strategies and is able to solve problems from multiple points of view. Effectively contributes to school and society by taking responsibility for behavior and academic requirements, volunteers for classrooms, school-wide and community service, and participates collaboratively, assumes constructive leadership roles in the classroom or school, and effectively and constantly demonstrates academic excellence in all core curricular areas. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Bowles to read off the name, and I'm going to join the board below.
Thank you, Superintendent Monzo. It is my absolute pleasure to help announce our Student Success Vision Awards. First, we have from the Adventure Program at Herman, Riley Obara, 7th grader.
And if you're a student participant and you want to come up already and make your way closer, feel free to do so as well.
Also from the Adventure Program at Herman, Alex Lawrence, 8th grader. From Anderson Elementary School, Curtis Holmes, third grader. Also from Anderson Elementary School, Noel Lopez, sixth grader. From Baldwin Elementary School, Madeline Story, third grader. Also from Baldwin Elementary School, Ella Feldman, fourth grader. From Burnell Intermediate School, Ariana Kong, seventh grader. From Burnell Intermediate School, Nahida Kayo, eighth grader. From Christopher Elementary School, Abby Tran, third grader. And from Christopher Elementary School, Aaron Portillo, fifth grader. From Davis Intermediate School, Brianna Lopez, seventh grader. Also from Davis Intermediate School, Christopher Harani, eighth grader. From the Del Roble two-way bilingual immersion program, Catalina Briones, first grader. And also from Del Roble two-way bilingual immersion program, Paula Briones, fifth grader. From Edenville Elementary School, Emma Miramontes, third grader. And Valeria Barreras Martinez, sixth grader from Edenville Elementary School. From Frost Elementary School, Jackson Lane, third grader. And also from Frost Elementary School, Drake McConnor, sixth grader. I'm switching back and forth between these reading glasses, so please stop me if I'm missing anybody. All right, from Hayes Elementary School, Kobe Block, third grader. And also from Hayes, Alexandra McMillan, sixth grader. From Herman Intermediate School, Annika Ahuja, seventh grader. Also from Herman Intermediate. Also from Herman Intermediate School, Amaya Bees, 8th grader. And from Indigo, 3rd grader Clover Dunn. Also from Indigo, 5th grader Harlan Gottlieb. And 7th grader from the Indigo program, Riley Turner. From Ledesma Elementary School, Pranav Srikumar, 1st grader. And 6th grader from Ledesma Elementary School, Jean Michael Hudson. Next from Oak Ridge Elementary School, Olivia Chuang, 3rd grader. And 6th grader from Oak Ridge Elementary School, Giovanni Paz Rodriguez. From Parkview Elementary School, 3rd grader Olivia Harsh. And 6th grader from Parkview Elementary School, Eric Bowie. Next from Sakamoto Elementary School, Gwendolyn Masters, 1st grader. And 6th grader from Sakamoto Elementary School, Yuning Wu. Next from Santa Teresa Elementary School, Pearl Mansway, 3rd grader. And 6th grader from Santa Teresa Elementary School, Yaswitha Jagannathan. From STEAM at Stipe, 3rd grader Zoe Cononizado. And also from STEAM at Stipe, George Shannon, 6th grader. look at mom. And from Taylor Elementary School, Arya Bapat, third grader. And our final student Vision Award recognition for tonight from Taylor Elementary School, sixth grader, Parth Agarwal. So now on to our teacher recognition for Vision Awards for quality instruction. Sorry. My apologies, and we can't miss out on a group photo. So all of our Student Success Vision Award winners who are here with us tonight, please come down for a group photo. Please help give a big round of applause for our Student Success Vision Award winners. All right, and now moving on to our Quality Instruction Vision Awards. For the 22-23 school year, the recipients were selected for their work based on the following criteria. Develops and implements a variety of instructional strategies which consistently matches the delivery of curriculum with the learning style of students and objectives of the lesson and provides positive student results. Provides an environment inside or outside the classroom which gives students an opportunity to be involved in active learning experiences for exploration, discovery, and enhancement for social, emotional, and academic skills, and to actively connect with what they are learning in their real life experiences. Recruits, develops, and or participates in parent and community partnerships and or activities which provide opportunities for active involvement to support the instructional program. And finally, evaluates and implements a balanced curriculum which is research-based and student-centered, assesses student learning, reflects, and refines curriculum to meet the needs of all students. What fantastic teachers we are recognizing tonight for quality instruction. First, from Anderson Elementary School, Kim Johnson, 4th and 5th grade teacher. From Baldwin Elementary School, second grade teacher Chad Greenwood. Also from Baldwin Elementary School, fourth grade teacher Josie Vu. From Burnell Intermediate School, Jamie Newmeister, seventh grade English language arts teacher. From Christopher Elementary School, eighth grade teacher Sarah Piazzolla. From Davis Intermediate School, seventh grade science teacher Daniel Jacobo. From the Del Roble two-way bilingual immersion program, Jennifer Sanchez, transitional kindergarten teacher. From Edenville Elementary School, first grade teacher Carrie Summer. From Frost Elementary School, kindergarten and first grade teacher Patty Boscovich. And from Hayes Elementary School, third grade teacher Stacy Woodard. From Herman Intermediate School, Sarah Chan, eighth grade history, yearbook, and ethnic studies teacher. From the Herman Adventure Program, Judy Zacchio, fifth grade language arts and math teacher. From Indigo School, fourth and fifth grade teacher, Erin Chada. From Ledesma Elementary School, Sabrina McDaniel, fifth and sixth grade teacher. From Oak Ridge Elementary School, fourth grade teacher, Desiree Catalunya. From Parkview Elementary School, Joy Clark, kindergarten teacher. From Sakamoto Elementary School, Amanda Rosetta, fourth grade teacher. From Santa Teresa Elementary School, first grade teacher, Melissa Chaffin. Also from Santa Teresa Elementary School, sixth grade teacher, Jason Christopher Bowles. From Stipe Elementary School, Gina Nguyen, first and second grade teacher. And our last school, Taylor Elementary School kindergarten teacher, Tracy Matsui. And let's call back up all of the teachers who are recognized this evening for quality instruction for a group photo. And I believe some of these teachers are going to be double recognized later in the meeting as well tonight for other recognitions. Congratulations. Yeah. And then the last award that I have, a recognition I have the honor to present tonight, is our 22-23 National Board Certified Teachers. So these teachers have demonstrated or done additional certification to become nationally board certified. Both teachers are at Davis Intermediate School, and the first teacher is Spanish teacher Priya Kanuga. And then language arts teacher from Davis Intermediate School, Christy Morikawa. Thank you so much to our student awardees, our teacher quality instruction award winners, and our national board certified teachers for coming tonight. We're going to take a short break so we can give an opportunity to mingle a little bit, and then we'll come on back for our other teacher recognitions for the evening. Thank you. I had to call a few principals about how to say the kid's name. And the whole
Test.
thing. Okay.
Test.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks for getting the Chipotle. I appreciate it. That was perfect. Yeah. I think so too.
Yeah, I just have to leave. Living here. Classified employer, so we're gonna do them, your service is going to be 3 times. Every single thing. Plug in, it's on the top. Classified employees.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, it's all the certificates over there. Yeah, so we're getting certificates, years of service, we're getting certificates and their pin. And then the retirees, we're getting a certificate and their golden. So right now, I'm gonna stand up so that I can see who's here. Maybe I'll just stand up with that microphone over here. And just read it.
Okay.
So do you wanna introduce it?
Yeah.
See a guy.
Oh. Building. Yeah. Like,
Test, that's good.
get a composed silence, like I want to feel it. Like, oh, no, I'm like, no, you're not emceeing, you're just reading names. That is your job.
Uh, They're live.
Oh, yeah.
All right, everyone. We are going to get back to celebrating some more folks tonight. I love the energy of this room. Thank you, everyone. We are now going to continue onwards with our celebration. Okay. I don't have one.
If we can have our board members come back to the dais so we can continue.
Hello? Oh, yeah, that's a little, okay. Sorry. Okay, that was a test. My microphone is loud enough. Okay. So good evening, everyone. Again, we are going to get back to celebrating some more folks. If we can have everyone just take their seats. We love that you all are celebrating each other. We are going to now begin with the classified employees of the year.
Thank you, President Hernandez.
I know, I was thinking about it.
So the county as well as the state has a also employee recognition system for our classified employees, and we are happy to be able to participate in this program, this recognition. The individuals that are being recognized under the classified employees of the year will be submitted to the county office, and then the county office will be selecting from various categories an employee of the year that will be then sent to a state level for possible recognition at the state level. So we know that we have wonderful employees that we'll recognize tonight and have a wonderful opportunity to be recognized at other levels as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Dr. Ivan Chaitis, to announce the recipients. And if I can have our board once again come down, and we have a certificate for you at the left of the podium, and you can make your way through and take a picture as we did with the other award recipients.
All right, thank you, Superintendent Monzo and President Hernandez. I'm very happy here to announce today 17 classified employees of the year for 2023. So we're going to start off here with, from Anderson Elementary, Instructional Assistant Marisa Garcia. From Business Services Division, Payroll Technician Karen Himleski. From Child Nutrition Services, Lead Delivery Specialist, Art Garcia. Also from Child Nutrition Services, Program Assistant, Bessie Sollins. From Christopher Elementary, Health Clerk, Mireya Cortez. Frost Elementary, Noon Duty Worker, Elizabeth Valencia. From Human Resources Division, Confidential Administrative Secretary, Debbie Rivas Clem. From our IT Department, Computer Network Technician, John Cow. From Maintenance and Operations Department, Gardener, Jamal Ali. Also for Maintenance and Operations, Skilled Trades Worker, Michael Pointner. From Oak Ridge Elementary, Lead Custodian, Carlos Mercado. From Santa Teresa Elementary School, Instructional Assistant, Edith Paredes. Also from Santa Teresa Elementary School, School Secretary, Cheryl Snyder. From STEAM at Stipe, Lead Custodian, Tan Nguyen. From Taylor Elementary, Food Service Worker 2, Na Dung. From Transportation Department, School Bus Driver, Beatriz Gonzalez. From our warehouse, Storekeeper 1, Frankie Robles. All right, congratulations, Classified Employees of the Year 2023. You go on now to the county. Best of luck. If you go through there, you go to the state, Sacramento. All right, come on up. Come on up. Group picture, come on up. Come on down.
VIP crew.
Okay, please stick around. We got some sugar-free cupcakes. We're gonna take another break, but stick around. We got some cupcakes and treats for you all. Not right now, because now we are going to recognize the years of service. All right, here we go. Okay, 30 years of service. 30 years of service. So these individuals will be getting a certificate and their lapel pin. So you get one at 5 years, 10 years, 15, 25, 30, 35. So it's a pin that you get and represent. Okay, 30 years of service from Bernal Intermediate. SDC RSP teacher, Kim Nickel. "30 years of service, school secretary, biliterate from Davis Intermediate, Adriana Chavez. "30 years of service, Herman Intermediate, school principal, Christy Flores. "30 years of service from Taylor Elementary, food service worker 1, Sharon Hayes. Okay, that is our 30 years of service. Adriana and Christy, come on down, take a group picture, please. Oh, actually, you know what? Sorry. Let's wait for everyone, okay? Yeah. There you go. We'll be inclusive, everyone together, okay? 35 years of service. Here we go. 35 years of service from Baldwin Elementary. Angela Jimenez, kindergarten teacher. All right, with the big 4-0, 40 years of service from Oak Ridge Elementary, RSP teacher, Sandra Sanchez. Okay, now group picture for all of our years of service. Come on down. Next will be our retirees. Okay, so next are our retirees. What a huge accomplishment serving our school district and advancing Oak Grove. Today, you will be recognized with the traditional golden bow that every retiree from Oak Grove receives. So the golden bow that you will receive, as well as a certificate. I do want to let you know that typically the retirees, we recognize you in person at a dinner. So I want to let you know that next year, save the date, May 1st, 2024, May 1st, 2024, we will be back in person at Villa Ragusa. Oh, yeah, we'll be back in person, and we're going to invite all the retirees from this year and the past 3 years. All right. And so this year and the past 3 years. So we will be honoring all of our retirees next year, May 1st at Villa Ragusa. Okay, here we go. Retirees serving in our district for 24 years. 24 years as instructional assistant from Anderson, Lori Peterson. "18 years instructional assistant, CCC Leader 1 from Baldwin, Brenda Kirkendall. 21 years of service, instructional assistant from Davis, Juliana Wazinski. 22 years of service, lead custodian from Del Roble, Maria Ramirez. 21 years of service, instructional assistant biliterate from Educational Services, Miriam Arnez Marzuala. 23 years of service, community liaison, Amelia Hill. 23 years of service, teacher from Frost, Callie Dorsey. 9 years of service, instructional assistant from Herman, Ramon Quizon. 24 years of service from Indigo, teacher Amelia Civital. 31 years of service, lead custodian from Ledesma, Jose Marcos Zamaripa. 25 years of service, teacher from Oak Ridge, Maria Felipe. 24 years of service. All right, 24 years of service from Oak Ridge, teacher Michelle O'Keefe. With 16 years of service from Parkview, STC teacher Michelle Finley. With 19 years of service, instructional assistant from Parkview Elementary, Pamela Saller. From Sakamoto with 26 years of service, lead custodian, Vincent Agbelag. From Santa Teresa with 26 years of service, lead custodian, Dulio Rivas de Leon. Also from Santa Teresa with 18 years of service, food service worker 1, Susan Sumberg. With 32 years of service from STEAM at Stipe, teacher Gina Nguyen. From Taylor Elementary, 26 years of service, instructional assistant, Linda Hart. From Taylor Elementary, food service worker 1 with 30 years of service, Sharon Hayes. With 26 years of service from Taylor, teacher Carlene Roper. From our transportation department with 17 years of service, bus driver, instructor, dispatcher, Samuel Anzulda. From transportation with 15 years of service, bus driver, Edward Bergman. With 19 years of service from transportation, bus driver, Nina Heath. All right, congratulations to our retirees. We'll see you next year in May. Come on down for a group picture.
They were online and didn't know the person.
Okay, we're gonna take a small break.
1 second. We just have, before our break and the calorie-free cupcakes, we have one student, Vision Award winner, who is watching online and did not know that they could come in person to get recognized by the board. So his father drove him down. And so I want to give this chance to recognize in person from Frost Elementary School, 3rd grader, Jackson Lane. Thank you for joining us, Jackson. Yes, all right. Now I think we're gonna take our break for those cupcakes. All right, thank you.
Please take some cupcakes home. It's okay. Take a couple home. Thank you.
All right. Um, thank you so much for everyone joining us in the celebration of our retirees, our classified staff, certificated staff, our students. It was a beautiful, beautiful night. Several of us were moved to tears. And we just want to thank everyone so much for joining us tonight, online, virtually, and in person. At this time, we are going to return to the board's business. And so I ask you all to join us. Back here, please take your seats. We have a pretty robust night ahead of us, but with really some important work and action items. So that did conclude the superintendent's report, which moves us to our item of the closed session report. The board met in closed session to discuss public employee performance evaluation of the superintendent, and no action was taken. Public employee discipline, release, dismissal, government code section 54957, and no action was taken. Confer with labor negotiator, and no action was taken. And lastly, student discipline case number 22/23, -05, and no action was taken. This will now bring us to our public comments of the night. This is an opportunity for individuals to address the board on any school-related issue which is not a part of this evening's agenda. I do see some cards here in person, and then once we conclude the in-person, we'll turn it over to the virtual comments. Shelley from Parkview.
If I go over just by a few seconds, don't cut me off. There's not that many people here now, so I'll be able to yell louder, but also, this is my last hurrah. You won't have to deal with me ever again, so. Okay, I know my colleagues in the back are expecting this big, enthusiastic Norma Ray type speech, but quite honestly, I don't have the energy anymore. I don't want this to be negative, but I'm hoping it to be convincing. After a 34-year career in the military, in the Marine Corps specifically, my father went on to be a teacher, then a principal, then a school board president. I've had the opportunity to be exposed to many different angles of the education system. My dad always said the hardest part of all the roles and titles that he held was how to best service the students with special needs. But he said the most important standard to never let go of is remaining student-centered and make sure these students have what they needed. If you lose sight of that, the system fails the student. In Oak Grove right now, our special ed programs are in trouble. The populations of our students have significantly changed over the last 5 years or so. The needs of the students are so much more significant now in all of the district programs. Yet the district hasn't supplied the staffing or curriculum or tools to support these significant needs. The district is adding students to our programs from the county, which typically are a more restrictive environment. How is the district planning to really meet the needs of these students coming in and our current students? How are you assuring they receive educational benefit, make academic and social progress? The autism program especially is floundering. What is the program? What is the framework of the program? It continues to be labeled a mild moderate program, but is most definitely moderate severe. All 4 of the autism teachers are leaving this year. Along with our resource specialists, service providers, instructional assistants. As it is now, the program isn't sustainable. Teachers are tired of going home feeling less than what they really are as educators. Teachers and IAs don't have what they need to support these kids. The lack of communication and no framework for the program to help teachers is detrimental to us. We just got word last night from ESD that they are starting the categorical classes at 8 students. We've been there before. Our classes sooner than later will be 10, 11, 12. Where's the support? This adjustment is being made based on how grade levels break down, not student need. This third IA is vital for the needs of our students. You can do better. You have to do better. Please add back the third IA you took away from our classes, Superintendent Monzo. I close with this. I will not let the last 5 years define my wonderful experience I've had as an educator. I'm grateful to Oak Grove for my teaching experience, and I'm extremely proud of the things I've been able to accomplish. I will always be grateful for the opportunity to have worked with these amazing teachers behind me and the many collaborative opportunities we've had and the friendships we've forged. But mostly, I will cherish the opportunity to have worked and hopefully have made some impact on the lives of the uniquely wonderful students who have passed through my classroom. Thank you, Superintendent Monzo, for your willingness to at least listen to us. And a special thank you to Assistant Superintendent Bowles for your common courtesy of when coming into our classrooms, not only acknowledging us teachers, but our instructional assistants as well. And for actually seeking me out and saying, help me with this. I want to get it right. I was dumbfounded because no one from the district had ever done that before. But I say to you both, Superintendent Monzo, Assistant Superintendent Bowles, thank you for listening to us. But on behalf of all of my colleagues now, that you've listened to us for so long, please do something with what you've heard.
Thank you, Shelley. Bob?
Good evening, board. I'm coming up here to talk to you about two specific school sites tonight. Number one is at Anderson Elementary School. And it was recently brought to my attention that there are a lot of staff members leaving or who have left Anderson Elementary School. When staff members begin to flee a school site, that bears investigation by the school board. I'll give you some numbers that I got from some teachers at Anderson. In 2019-20, 3 staff members either left or transferred out. In 2021, 2 of them left. In 21-22, 4 of them left or transferred out. And then this year, 5 teachers put in for a transfer. Now, one of them did withdraw the transfer request and one had it denied. But there's a problem when teachers and staff members begin to flee a school site. And I would ask the board and the superintendent to start looking into why that is happening and to see if they can correct that problem. Thank you. The next thing I want to talk about is a little closer to home for me at my own school site, Ledesma Elementary School. At this point in time, we have, as of tomorrow, exactly 0 special education teachers at Ledesma Elementary School. We have had a long-term sub in our SDC class, which I have spoken to you about before. That's not acceptable. But we had a contractor hired as an RSP teacher, not an OGA member, a contractor. The problem with a contractor is that she was summarily let go effective tomorrow. She has 2 hours to clean out or whatever. So she apparently objected to working above her caseload. Now, I don't know the ins and outs of that. I have to investigate to figure out a little more about why she was let go. I don't really know the full story yet. However, the problem is who is going to service the RSP kids at our school site for the next 4 weeks of school? We still have school. Those kids are still entitled to an appropriate public education. In the meantime, the caseload of her 28 students is going to get dumped on OGEA members, such as our program specialist or our special education coach. That's not what they were hired to do. So again, what is going on in special education? We need to meet the needs of the students. We can't do that without a special education teacher at Ledesma. So that kind of piggybacks on everything that has been said before this board. Special education in this district needs some serious investigation. It needs to change. I would encourage you to put it on the agenda on a regular basis so that you can have commentary with the public on a regular basis, starting in the fall, right? I've heard rumors that it might be on the agenda in June. That might be too late for this school year. Next year, I'll leave you with these words: free and appropriate public education.
Thank you. Mary? Oh, yeah, sorry.
Sorry,
Mary
there's
Gustos.
two, Mary. It's fine. Good evening. I want to start off by thanking Mr. Monzo for taking the time to talk to the entire Oak Ridge SPED teachers and IAs the other day. I also want to thank Amy Bowles for her email clarifying some of our concerns. And I'm happy that the issues involving the IAs in this district have been somewhat resolved. That being said, the non-categorical class size still needs to be addressed. After being told verbally by a member of the exec team that we would start next year with a lower case size, that is not the case at Oak Ridge. We will be starting with an average of 12 students to each class. We've also been told that more will be added throughout the year. This is happening even though a new non-CAT SDC class is slated to start at Anderson to lower our numbers. As I know, this has been previously mentioned to the board. I'm not sure if it was me or somebody else, but the CTA website recommends that mild to mod classrooms range from 8 to 10 students. We are way over that and we're growing. I asked the board and the exec team, what is the long-term plan for SPED in this district? If the SDC population is growing, what is the solution? We all know that cramming more kids, especially kids with disabilities, into a classroom is not best practice or beneficial for anyone. Teaching SPED is difficult, but this is my 26th year, and honestly, guys, it's been my hardest. I've always found it rewarding. I love working in the community where I live, but something in this district needs to change. Asking your special educators to take on more students with behaviors with less resources is not the answer. I ask moving forward that the exec team and board really analyze the state of special education in this district and make a concrete student-focused plan moving forward that includes manageable class sizes with appropriate supports. The kids with disabilities in this district and your SPED teachers, we deserve that. Thank you.
Thank you. Renee?
Sorry, guys, I guess we didn't chat about our messages. They're going to be a little repeat, but it's all good news on that part. I am back after a week of meetings at the DO with my union and fellow colleagues, talking about all the things we've been talking about all year. My worry is I'm gonna have to do it all again next year. I want to thank, though, Mr. Manzo. He had an impromptu chat, and I would love another chance, but I can't thank you enough. I want to thank Ms. Bowles for tomorrow's chat, for last night's communication email regarding the next school year. We do desperately need more of that, and we appreciate it. Thank you. The exec team, I heard a confirmation that the IAs will have their paid busing duty. We do the work, so we thank you for paying us. We also heard that the internate roving IA position will get an extension for another year. These are great, purposeful, and effective solutions. You implemented them, and they allowed us to help our staff have safety, behavior support, academic support, and the overall program. We're grateful for the one-year extension, but now I'm going to urge you and beg you to find the finances to make it permanent. They were your solutions. They worked. Please don't take them away. You have no idea how important it makes the team feel when you hear us, but more importantly, so we can do our job. Sadly, though, it was made very real to me this year, or this week, I apologize, that our numbers in class sizes look to be going down. They look to be made smaller, but I was actually told our district doesn't have the resources to do that, to stop looking at the past best practices. So don't look at best practices. That's what I was told. I was also informed that, well, 12 is a small number. We didn't start you at 15 like we could have. I also felt the most disrespected all year. Why don't you take your breaks and downtime? I don't know about you, and I don't know all classes. I don't have downtime. I was also questioned if we teach enough on independent skills and how much practice we give. Yes, I do my job. I was also informed that we're hiring RBTs. They will have a higher pay than me. They will have less training than me because it's a 40-hour course, and they will be higher than me in this district. This is who's going to support me. We do this work already. We are trained. You guys train us. And I know this because an IA in your district took the 40 hours. She's heard it all before from our district. That's the good thing. But why are we not equals? I know we have a hashtag advancing OGSD. I love that hashtag. But in order for us to truly do this, we need the top to talk with the bottom. We need the left and the right to work together. We need one message. SDC needs direction. We don't have any direction. SDC needs a long-term vision, and we don't feel that there's any vision. If we don't plan together, this will be a long road. I know I'm over my 3 minutes, but we need small class sizes, differentiated curriculum, resources and staff to support your increasing numbers and the increasing behaviors. Training in the school year, not after the calendar year where we have to leave our vacations to come back to receive it. Thank you.
Thank you, Selena. Selena Bryant.
Hi, my name is Selena. I'm an instructional assistant at Parkview Elementary School. I want to thank the Assistant Superintendent, Amy Bowles, for her email yesterday, opening a line of communication that includes the entire SDC team. I want to thank her for addressing a few of our concerns for the upcoming school year, 2023-24. While this email was informative and a good start, we still have a way to go. Regarding the replacing of CSEA employees with contracted workers. In accordance to our contract, page 53, Article 13, 1.8, definition of vacancies through Article 13, 2.2.3, we need to hire RPTs that are currently being privately contracted as Oak Grove School District employees. In addition to the RBTs, we need to hire the one-on-one IAs that are also being privately contracted as Oak Grove School District employees. Both positions are considered classified and as such would be members of CSEA. I want to say this again to our board members and our administration who might currently be or are in the past part of a union. To those of you who have benefited from their union memberships, you should be ashamed of yourselves for allowing the weakening of our union by outsourcing our CSEA positions. Thank you.
Jorge Prado.
Good evening, Madam President, board members. Anatole France, poet, journalist, novelist, said once, education is 9 times encouragement. You're hearing the encouragement of my peers. I've been with them. I have seen through 16 years of this district, how hard it is for them when the numbers grow, how they have to deal and try to manage, de-escalate some of our kids in their classrooms, how the teachers have worked hard with them. I have been part of that process. I have supported them. And for the last meetings, they've been asking help. And I'm hearing that somehow is providing, but it's not the end of it. It's not yet that 9/10 that we need to provide to all these kids, because it's not just what they do in a special ed classroom in the SDC program, it's also to the teachers that are there having more students with IAPs, with 504s, that have not 12 students, that have more students than 12, and they need also instructional aids. They need more people like them that are willing to do their best every day and sacrifice their lunches, sacrifice the free time to regain the spirit to support the kids. I hope this is not just sayings. I truly hope for them, for the teachers, for the instructional aides, for the peers, for every single one of us, secretaries, janitors, community liaisons, that come and support them to do their jobs, to do what this district has as a vision, help every kid to achieve their potential. Thank you for listening.
Sivarangini.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I have a special child who's currently going to 2nd grade in Parkway Elementary. So with the special kids, we face so many difficulties every year. It's not consistent, it changes, depends on the kids' behavior and issues we faced. And I'm not here to talk only for my son. I'm here to explain how all the special kids in the classroom, I spent 5-10 minutes in the classroom when I was dropping him, but based on what I see, based on this 5-6 years I spent time with him. I know how difficult it is to take care of a highly functioning special needs sensory issue kid. But if there is 7-8 kids in the classroom, I saw there are 3 teachers in the classroom and they did try their best to support everyone. But in that case, they are overwhelmed and the kids, they are not getting the enough support what they really need. And I understand everyone is helping on the special kids with the love and respect what they really need, like everyone in the world. But as a parent, please, these kids needs better support, and all the teachers in the classroom, they need better support as well, because they are trying really hard to help all the kids equally. So please, I'm requesting the district, if there is anything to support the special education classroom, please help. I'm before my son, I have 2 masters in engineering and I was working as a full-time software engineer, and I did quit everything. And the last 4 years, I'm staying in home and I'm supporting my son with the school, the ABAs, and taking him to the therapies, all that. So there are so many moms out there like me, they quit everything and they are staying in home to support their child. They can't talk. My child is a non-verbal child. So same like my child, there are so many non-verbal childs and we are their voices. So I'm trying to get support for them. So I'm requesting the district, is there any way, please, if they're possible, just go around and take a look. And if you spend some time over there, you know what are the support they really need. I'm sorry about, like, I'm just breaking down because that inner pain what we have, I don't get the places to express all that. But in this place, I wanted to thank Ms. Shelley and Ms. Sherry. They did really support my child for the last 2 years. The only reason he did have so many behavioral issues and so many breakdowns, the only reason he completed the last 2 years in the Parkway Elementary is only because of them. So every child deserves a better respect and love, since they can't express, but they deserve to better fit in the life. And if we train them in a better way, at least they can lead their life independently when they get older. So I'm requesting district to support the teachers and special education classroom in a better way. So everyone will be benefit in the all over the year. Thank you so much.
And then
I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. I was under a little bit of peer pressure to come speak tonight. What do I say? What do I say when I honestly feel like I've said it all to you before and you haven't heard me? What do I say when I feel like I've shown you every emotion I can show you and I still feel like you guys are missing it? What do I say when we just had a parent come up here 2 seconds ago and tell you how valuable your staff is, yet you guys don't seem to see it? What do I say? Mass exodus. You guys know what those words mean. It's happening. It's happening, not just in one site, not just in 2 sites. Mass exodus throughout your district. If this is what you wanted, be careful what you wish for. Thank you.
Berenice.
Hello. I'm also a parent at Parkview. And I'm sorry, I'm already a little bit emotional. I wanted to pass this down. This is something that my daughter, she's working on. That's about 10 cards from a friend. In general, all right, I don't know if I can do this. You can do this. Okay. Teaching is not only a profession, it's a passion. Each day. Oh my gosh, I can't. Each day Olivia came into Shelley's class was a gift. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for your caring. Thank you for your kindness. I am blessed to have known you. Our children are better because of you. You are an unforgettable, irreplaceable standout teacher, and we are so sad to see you retiring too soon. Every child deserves a champion, an adult who will never give up on them, who understands the power of connection and insists they become the best that they can possibly be. By Rita Pearson. This is what Shelley has been for my daughter. She's against all odds. Miss Shelley stands up for her, and she's thriving the best that she can, even with the larger classrooms and the aides. But our teachers that fight for our students are not being listened to, and we're losing them. And that it's not okay. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Ira?
I'm going to change the subject, but I want to just take a deep breath and just acknowledge all the things that were said by all of you. What you do, you all are soldiers, truly. And I think about SDC. I have SDC preschool at Baldwin, and I think there's so much hope. And I want to send a prayer for that a new world is possible and that we can reimagine so many new possibilities. And I have a lot of faith and hope and trust that we can do that. We have a lot of energy. So thank you so much, all of you, for speaking and sharing and voicing. Good evening, all of you. All my love for all these wonderful, beautiful milestones. It never goes unsaid that what we do here is revolutionary. I'm speaking on behalf of our OGA Equity and Human Rights Committee today. It's been a year. I don't know if you remember, since we published our beautiful resolution on supporting the rights and freedoms and equality of those who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer. I wanted to say that out loud. Our wonderful contacts have been following up on action items in our resolution that needed some immediate attention this year. We've gotten some of that going, but we want to bring attention to some items that need status updates, especially since I know we're rounding the year out and we're planning for next year. So I want you all to keep eyes on these and put them in the books right now. So number one, we need continued professional development to all classified, certificated staff and all of our management. So everybody. So training for next year. We also just need a little bit more of an update to our restroom signage for all gender restroom signage. I know Mark Evans did an amazing inventory. We still have some sites that have some missing signage. Or need updated signage. And then number three, we need to continue to create safe spaces for some of our sites that have 7th and 8th grade sites. So those GSAs or QSAs. Thank you, President Hernandez. She's been following up on that, and that's going to be on the books for next year. We're going to get that done. I know the work takes work, so thank you for doing this. We pulled a thread and it's unraveling, and I am so glad. Really quick, my time in Oak Grove is also rounding out. My spouse and I are relocating. It's bittersweet and exciting and frightening, but I'm leaving. My time has come. Oak Grove has been a mother to me and my first home, my educational mother. I'll miss you all, but you'll hear from me again. Thank you.
Thank you. You will be missed. We hope to keep updated. Okay. Any virtual comments?
Yes, Lisa.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I just have one question for the board members. Like last month, the my son, who is in grade 3, took the GATE exam, and we have been notified that he is identified as one of the kid who's qualified for the GATE program. And I would like to know, like, what is the kind of plan you have for those kids who are qualified for the GATE exam. So I hear that there will be some special curriculum for them to enhance their thinking and other things, skills. So I would like to know more about that. I mean, when such announcement will come.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for your question. So during public comment, we usually just hear comments and open discussion, but we're not able to answer back to your direct question. However, staff will follow up with your question. If you can send a direct email, or we'll find out a way to get in touch if we have your name on Zoom. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you so much. That now brings us to bargaining unit comment. Vice President Bela.
Good evening. I'm Chuck Baylott, CSEA Vice President. To start off, I'm a little nervous. I haven't talked in a while up here, and when I got here, I saw the size of the crowd, and for like the hour and a half right there, I was really nervous and kind of mad at Maria for asking me to fill in tonight. But the crowd's got more manageable, but my nerves are still a little bit here. But so bear with me. I'm not reporting out much. I just but there are a couple things. There's one thing I did want to go over. We've had a few conversations with the district regarding topics regarding special ed, as specifically as it pertains to IAs. And I've just heard the IAs here back here, and I just want them to know I appreciate their passion and their concern. And I know that they have the kids at best at heart and just want things to go on. I'm speaking right now on behalf of Maria and myself, but we're going to shift a little. And she did, want to carve out some time to focus on some of the positive. Maria's done a good job with the immediate issues of prioritizing 3 that she could address right away. And those were the RBTs that were contracted out and working on getting it to the district CSEA position. The issue with whether itinerant IAs would be here next year, and as well the bus duty. And on those 3 items she's brought forward, the district's, we're pretty specific. The district has been able to react pretty quickly. I want to thank HR for facilitating those conversations. Luciana, was able to work with Maria and myself at a couple of occasions to get that, a plan next. And it seems like for that situation, we're good for next year. And we just would say we appreciate the timeline. When we do have specific issues, we've been able to do pretty good. And Maria will work on, prioritizing the next issues, and we hope to continue this situation on the conversation, especially on the long-term items, which we know that could take some time to work through and figure out specific ways to improve that situation for my members and for the district as a whole on the special ed program. Now I lost my train of thought, but we appreciate that. We'll continue that conversation. And I think that's it for now. I had a little more, but I lost my train of thought, but thanks for bearing with me. As of today too, Luciana initiated keeping an open communication channel with Maria that Maria and her worked out today. And I do believe that they'll be able to continue to work on improving things. And Maria will keep everybody in the loop on the 3 items I brought up. If you have any questions, Maria will be able to clear those up with you. But thanks, everyone. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Vice President Baylott. And then Bob, I'm getting word that Maripaz is online. Okay. All right. So President Berlin, we're ready for you.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay,
Good evening.
perfect. Good evening. Good evening, school board members, executive team, colleagues, and community members. I want to give you some updates on some of the things that we are working on, and mainly community schools. We hosted, co-hosted actually with OGSD, a forum on community schools just last week on May 10th at Edenvale School. It was for board members and family, and also for executive team members and any admin who were interested in attending. So I wanted to thank Trustee Martinez from Trustee Area 2, Edenvale teachers and families, and the executive team for attending that event. We had some really productive discussions regarding what everyone loved about Edenvale and what would be some wishes or some things that we would change about Edenvale had we have a blank check, so to speak. There was a spectrum of things, from changing the quality of the food that's served in the cafeteria to having more lights around at night, and then also in figuring out how to get more family engagement. We had some students who were able to also participate in in those discussions. We had many members who were there who have a history at Edenvale. So there's a lot of history in that cafeteria of kind of growing up, similar to what member Kira Sachdev had mentioned. Kind of our Oak Grove was our mother in education since we got our start here in Oak Grove. We are planning another event for engaging more families to participate. We'll be continuing to organize, and we'd love to continue to collaborate with Oak Grove, the Oak Grove team as well. Our next event we're planning for is in the fall, early fall, possibly in September. The community schools model is a shared decision-making model, and is designed so that it can be used to integrate existing programs to help support them, and to also identify the needs and assets of the school and the community. So it's something that doesn't have to be that we think of as an extra thing. It is a new thing for us in terms of the funding that we could apply for and receive. And with the shared decision model, it's not an advisory, it would be actually shared decision making. And I share that again, just so sometimes when we're talking about community schools, or sometimes when I'm talking about it, the meaning of what that model is can be lost. So I wanted to reiterate that for you. We'll be able to invite more board members to that event in the fall. So if you were not able to attend, we may also again be limited to 2. So I will share that with you once it's closer to that time. I wanted to also share congratulations to all of the awards recipients this evening. I wish I could have been there to feel the energy in the room. Your success is a testament to your dedication and commitment to public education, and congratulations to our student award recipients as well. Keep going, find new ways to thrive wherever you are. We also want to extend our deepest gratitude, love, and appreciation also to all the retirees for their years of service in public education. It has not been easy these past few years doing the different kinds of work that make schools run for both our certificated and classified staff. We see your strength and spirit and are inspired by it and are motivated by it. Being in this field takes a lot of heart. Please know that you have made an impact on so many lives, and you will probably never realize just how much, but please know that you have made an impact and you have changed lives. So thank you for your contributions and your hard work.
Congratulations as you transition into another phase of your lives. Thank you so much. This concludes my report.
Thank you, President Berlin, and thank you, Vice President Brola, for being here tonight. We will now move on to the item of consent agenda. Superintendent Monso, if you can please present this item.
Yes, like to recommend the board approve the consent agenda items as submitted.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Do we have public comment at this time for the consent agenda? Seeing none in
There's-
person.
No, none virtually.
Thank you. Trustees, any comments? All right, we have a motion. May we please have a roll call?
Member Martinez,
Aye.
member Jacob,
Aye.
member Pacheco,
Aye.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Aye.
President Hernandez,
Aye.
motion carries.
Thank you so much. And thank you to Mr. Worthy for your donation to Rita Ledesma Elementary School. We appreciate it. That concludes item 5, the consent agenda, bringing us to our first action item of the night. Item 6.1, Superintendent Monso, the reschedule of the regular board meeting for June 2023.
Thank you, President Hernandez. Wanted to recommend approval of moving the second board meeting in June from June 22nd to June 20th. Just to ensure that is an important meeting, as the final LCAP is final approval for on that day, and also the final budget is approved on that date. And it's important for the entire board to be present on that day as well. And so there's a hardship for having everybody here on the original date that came up. And so this will help the entire board be present on June 20th for that regular board meeting.
Thank you, Superintendent Monzo, for introducing this action item. Are there any public comments for item 6.1?
None virtually.
Okay, yes, Vice President Prola.
Just a really quick public comment on that. I know that we've been encouraging you to agendize special education. I would encourage you not to do it on that particular date, and to do it in the fall instead. This will be a very empty boardroom at that particular time, and I don't think you'll get too much out of that. I do encourage you, though, to agendize it in the fall so that we can continue to have conversation about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice President Prola. And I think I heard no virtual comments. Okay.
Correct.
Any questions or comments from trustees?
I do. Will we be able to attend the meeting on the 22nd virtually, or is that no longer an option?
It is an option so long as there's a majority of the board present in person. And so the board has in any given calendar year or school year, 2 times when they're able to join virtually,
2 times.
So long as the majority of the board is present in person.
Okay.
So the other option is still available, that was available before, and that was to announce if somebody, a board member, was going to be joining a board meeting remotely from another location. And in that circumstance, that needed to be agendized so the public would know that that individual will be joining from somewhere else. And then that board member, wherever they are, has to post an agenda at the location where they're at and have public access to be able to join that meeting at whatever location that is as well. And so that option has been available from the past and continues to be available, but the new option is the one I originally described.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, may I please have a first and a second for a motion?
I move to reschedule the regular board meeting of Thursday, June 22nd, 2023 to Tuesday, June 20th, 2023 at 5 p.m.
Motion. All right. We have a first and a second. May I please have a roll call vote?
Member Martinez,
Aye.
member Jacob, member Pacheco,
Aye.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Aye.
President Hernandez,
Aye.
motion carries.
Thank you. That concludes item 6.1, bringing us to the second action item, resolution number 1436-05/23, recognizing the month of May as National Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. Member Pacheco?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So this resolution is its second iteration based off of the one created and introduced and passed by our district's first Asian American female to serve as trustee, Nancy Yu. It's so incredibly important that school districts that are made up of very diverse student populations, of staff populations, to recognize the contributions of those populations. That's what makes our country great. What makes it is a strength of our own district. And this is a fantastic opportunity for our school board to not only do it this year, but every year thereafter, and to recognize every month, I think, moving forward for that specific focus population. So as an Asian American myself, a proud a fourth generation descendant of Koreans who migrated to Mexico and integrated with my Mayan ancestors, I wouldn't be here or alive, or neither my family, if it weren't for the sacrifices of my own Asian ancestors who are now part of the American history. So passing a resolution like this, I think, is important to not only recognize my own ancestors, but that of the huge portion of our district, including Amy Bowles, who is also Korean, and I'm just really proud to serve on the same governance team as you. So let's just continue celebrating the API community. Let's renew our commitment to their safety and well-being, especially as anti-Asian hate continues to be a pressing issue across our country. And let's make sure that Asian American studies is integrated in our schools. And so that's what the resolution represents, and you'll see it every year thereafter, hopefully. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Checo. Are there any other questions or comments from trustees? Okay, seeing none, are there any public comments on item 6.2?
No virtual comments.
Okay, I'm seeing none in person. May I please have a first and a second for a motion?
I move that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 1436-5/23, recognizing the month of May as National Asian Pacific American Heritage Month as presented.
I'll second. We have a first and a second, and may I please have a roll call vote?
Member Martinez,
Aye.
member Jacob,
Aye.
member Pacheco,
Aye.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Aye.
President Hernandez,
Aye.
motion carries.
Thank you, Member Pacheco, for elevating this resolution again. All right, this brings us to our item 6.3, recognizing the month of May as National Jewish American Heritage Month. This is resolution number 1438-05/23. Member Pacheco?
Yeah. So this resolution is in the same spirit as the previous one, where the month of May is recognized as Jewish American Heritage Month. And Jewish Americans are an incredibly important part of our community, of our district, of our county, and I think national history. And so it's also really clear that anti-Semitism is a rising concern across our country, especially with the rise of white nationalism, who oftentimes target Jewish people in their own communities, especially with neo-Nazis. I think it's important that not only our districts take a public stance on expressing our support and solidarity with Jewish Americans, but also celebrating their contributions and highlighting the importance of integrating Jewish Americans and their histories and struggles into our own schools as well, especially where I was literally I was at a cafe in Los Altos just around the corner, and there were people flyered my car, flyered everybody's car on the same street, saying that the Holocaust wasn't real and that Jewish people are causing a bunch of issues. And it shocked me to see that something like that was still happening in the Bay Area 2023. So I think it's great that we should celebrate this month, show that we stand firmly against anti-Semitism, and that school districts have a really important role in eliminating bigotry in any shape or form, regardless of the community. And so with that, I ask that the board pass this resolution and renew its commitment to the safety and well-being of Jewish Americans like we just did with our AAPIs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Member Pacheco. Are there any public comments at this time? Seeing none in person,
None virtually.
are there any questions or comments from trustees? All right, thank you again, just Member Pacheco, for elevating this resolution. May I please have a first and a second for a motion?
I move that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 1438-0523, recognizing the month of May as National Jewish American Heritage Month as presented.
Second.
Thank you. We do have a first and a second. May I please have a roll call vote?
Member Martinez,
Aye.
Member Jaco,
Aye.
Member Pacheco,
Aye.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Aye.
President Hernandez,
Aye.
motion carries.
Thank you. That brings us to item 6.4, number 1437-05/23, Classified School Employees Week. Superintendent Monso, I'll pass this over to you.
Thank you, President Hernandez. As we know, earlier today, we had a great number of our classified employees from all areas of our workforce within our district being celebrated and recognized. And so this is a recognition of all of our classified employees and the various roles that they serve to support the important work of running the district. It's been said, and it's very accurate, that our classified employees are really the heart of our district, the district. And so just in recognition of their hard work, their incredible support of our classroom teachers in the settings that they're there is so critical to the ongoing work of our district. I'll pass the mic to our Assistant Superintendent, Mr. Ivan Chaitis, to continue to introduce this item.
Thank you, Superintendent Monzo and President Hernandez and Board of Trustees. I'm very proud to have this resolution recognizing our classified school employees. California's legislator recognizes the important contributions of classified school employees and has named the 4th full week of May as Classified School Employees Week to honor these contributions. Like Superintendent Monzo said, in the classroom to outside the classroom, in the cafeteria, the buses, our employees play a huge and great significant role in the daily lives of our students. And I would like to make a recommendation that the Board of Trustees adopt the resolution recognizing Classified School Employees Week for May 21st through the 27th of 2023 as presented.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chaitis and Superintendent Monso. Are there any public comments on item 6.4?
None virtually.
All right, seeing none in person, any questions or comments from trustees? All right, I think collectively I can just say thank you so much to all the classified employees, especially the ones we got to see tonight and celebrate, but also just everyone else who just does amazing work each and every day serving our students and our staff members. Thank you. May I please have a first and a second for a motion?
Sure, I move to adopt resolution 1437-5/23. acknowledging Classified School Employees Week.
I second. We have a first and a second. May I please have a roll call vote?
Member Martinez,
Aye.
Member Jacob,
Aye.
Member Pacheco.
Aye.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Aye.
President Hernandez,
Aye.
motion carries.
Thank you. That brings us to item 6.5. I'm not sure if we wanted to combine these next three action items.
Yes, it's similar to what we have done in the several past board meetings. We've had a number of items related to some of the school improvements. So I'd like to recommend that Associate Superintendent Ms. Evans go through each of these items, 6.5, 6.6, and 6.7. Introduce each of those items, answer any questions that the board may have individually for any of those items, and then take them as one vote for the approval, if that's acceptable to the board.
Any concerns with that?
Okay, so with that, I'll turn it over to Associate Superintendent Evans to introduce, starting with 6.5, classroom flooring replacement.
Yeah, some of the work we'll be doing this summer, and let's see if I can get that close enough to me there. Get better.
Yeah.
Some of the work we'll be doing this summer is replacing carpeting in schools and classrooms where it's just becoming very worn, makes it a tripping hazard, also makes it hard to clean and maintain. So we'll be doing Christopher Elementary and Hayes Elementary and doing extensive recarpeting throughout the sites. And we'll be using some of our Measure P funds to get that going. And the carpeting is a very durable, limited lifetime warranty, so that if we come back to do additional work as we modernize, there will be no harm to the carpeting unless we're doing some major wall movement. And I know those are things we've looked at too. So, but in the vast majority of the classrooms, it will not be something we have to repeat down the road. So the funding, again, Measure P coming in at a total of about just shy of $500,000 for the total project between Christopher, Hayes, and the moving to get the classrooms cleared out so the vendors can come in and do the work.
Any questions on that item? Okay.
Action item 6.6, poured in place rubber. This is a follow-up. Earlier, the playgrounds were approved at Christopher, Del Roble, and Sakamoto for the purchase of the play equipment. In the district, we're transitioning from the tan bark fall zones to the poured in place rubber fall zones. So this is the contract to do that work under those new playground equipment. And that will be at Christopher, it'll be a cost of $71,688, at Del Roble, $49,211, and at Sakamoto, just under $40,000. And that's largely based on a cost per square foot and the area that's being done. So that's why there's a differential between the different sites. So are there any questions or comments about the poured in place rubber contract? Okay. Yes. And lastly, again, sort of a follow-up from an earlier action. Previously, the board had approved the purchase of the cameras for security around the district. This is the actual installation contract to take those cameras and put them in at our elementary, intermediate sites, and some here at the district office. It'll be about just shy of $250,000. It's part of our safety and security with Measure P. And the work will begin over the summer and will go into the fall before it's fully completed. So, that's through IT Management is the company that was awarded the contract. Are there any questions I can answer on the installation of the security cameras?
So hearing no questions or comments from trustees, may I have a first and a second for a motion?
After.
We're just doing them together, right?
Yes.
So I move to adopt items 6.5, 6.6, and 6.7
I second
As-
that motion.
as presented.
Sorry.
And then Bob,
Good evening, board. I'm speaking about the security camera issue specifically, I assume by now you know, but I would be remiss in my duties as an OGA officer if I did not remind you about the most recent break-in at Herman Intermediate School. It happened, as far as I know, on May 11th in the evening. And it's just a pattern that has been happening at that school repeatedly this year. I'm not even sure that security cameras are going to be enough, but we have to keep our schools safe and secure. We have to keep our staff safe and secure. The information, the email that I got from a member at Herman, I believe it was broken into the adventure area of Herman Intermediate School. And they believe that the alarm was not even triggered, which implies that the break-in happened when the night custodian was still there, which is a very scary prospect if you start to think about what could have gone wrong or what could have happened. So we need this board to keep in mind the safety and security of our schools, and especially to address the repeated issues that have been happening at Herman in regards to break-ins and vandalism and things like that. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Prolet. All right, so are there any virtual public comments?
No virtual comments.
Okay, so we have a first and a second for a motion. May I please have a roll call vote?
Member Martinez,
Aye.
Member Jacob,
Aye.
Member Pacheco,
Aye.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Aye.
President Hernandez,
Aye.
motion carries.
Thank you. This leads us to our last action item of the night, item 6.8, the Oak Grove School District appointment of Citizens Bond Oversight Committee members, Measure S and Measure P. Superintendent Monso.
Thank you. I'll have Associate Superintendent Evans introduce this item.
Yes. With the passage of our Measure P bond, we are required to have a Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. It's called a Prop 39 bond, which allows us to have a pass rate of just 55% instead of 2/3. And one of the components of that Prop 39 bond is the Oversight Committee. Our Measure S was formatted the same way, so these members will serve on the Measure S and Measure P committee. It's an in-sync committee. So what we're asking is the board to approve these two applicants, Kashuk Jokalakar, John Daniels Seamus, and Dave Damon. And there are several categories that we need to meet. A representative from a senior organization can be ARP or some other senior organization, a parent or guardian, a member of a homeschool club or parent PTO, PTA type organization. And I will also put a request out for any applicants who are still interested, because we have additional positions to fill as well. So I would encourage anybody else who's interested. The role of this oversight committee is to verify that the district is expending the bond funds on the same things that the language in the bond said we would spend the money on. So.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Evans. So just to reiterate, it sounds like we do have some open positions. So if anyone listening, if you can please apply, it seems it's a great opportunity to get involved and make sure we're doing what we said we do. So I appreciate that. Any public comments at this time? Any virtual?
None.
Any questions or comments from trustees?
Yeah, just a couple clarifying questions. Is there a minimum or maximum number of community members that can be a part of the committee?
7 is what we would have to be fully loaded on the committee. I don't believe there's a maximum. I'd have to check the bylaws. Usually there's not.
Okay, so there's not a maximum. So if you had 50 people apply, you could potentially have 50 people. Or I guess leading to my next question, is there any kind of process in which someone would not be accepted onto the committee?
Generally, the application would be what qualities do you bring to help us assess these items? And then what are the positions we need to fill senior parent and representative? So, and then the functionality of the size of the committee as well.
Okay. And then just last question, what are the methods for advertising or inviting folks to apply?
It's on our website, so we can find the applications there.
We've also sent it out on our Parent Square and our communication that goes out weekly that comes out from my office as well. We'll continue to publish it out and to get more applicants certainly. But if there's anybody that knows of a great person that might be a match, we encourage them to also tap their shoulder and encourage them to apply. But we'll continue to advertise for those vacant additional positions.
Does that include online include social media?
It does, yes. What's the deadline again? Is there a deadline?
There is no deadline, but we'll be open until filled, basically.
Okay, is my second question, is this offered to only Spanish speakers? Like, would it be, if someone's a Spanish speaker, would they
We
be able?
could accommodate Spanish speakers if they wanted to be on the committee, absolutely.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, trustees? Yeah. All right, so I'll now open up the floor for a first and a second for a motion.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the members as presented to the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee.
Second.
All right, we have a first and a second. May I please have a roll call vote?
Member Martinez,
Aye.
Member Jaco,
Aye.
Member Pacheco,
Aye.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Aye.
President Hernandez,
Aye.
motion carries.
Thank you. That does conclude all our action items of the night, leading us to our first information item, the LCAP development, the educational partner input.
Thank you, President Hernandez. We're excited to share some of the outcomes and feedback from, I think, a very successful outreach process for the development of the LCAP that will be coming to the board in June as a first draft, and then the second meeting in June on the 20th, which was just approved earlier for the final approval. I want to thank Ms. Amy Bowles, our Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services, Mr. Mark Evans, our Associate Superintendent, and Dr. Yvonne Chaitis, as part of facilitating the different forums of gathering input, and certainly our ESD staff as well that have been just tirelessly looking and collecting as many data points to surface what are some of the elevated priorities that seem to be coming up for our community and our educational partners. And so please extend our appreciation to all of your staff as well. So with that, I'll have Ms. Bowles continue to introduce this item.
Thank you, Superintendent Monzo, President Hernandez, and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to share some information and a summary of our educational partners in the district and in the community about their priorities for LCAP development for the 23-24 school year. As Superintendent Monzo shared, it's been a team effort in outreach, in collecting in-person feedback, as well as survey feedback, reading those comments, and we're going to give you a summary of that tonight. This is the year-long process of LCAP development that we are in the middle of, and at the next board meeting, we'll be bringing a draft plan to you, encompassing some of the feedback that you're going to be hearing from the stakeholders that we're sharing tonight. We had virtual and in-person opportunities for input by all educational partners, mainly our big parent groups, our district committees. This is just a list of all of the groups that we met in person with to get in-person feedback. We had a process in which they gave some input via Post-its, and we collected all of those, typed them up so that we can look at them in a summary. In addition to those in-person meetings, we had Café con Jose, where other parents in the community came to speak to the superintendent. And as well as we met with our Student Advisory Council, a really wonderfully professional and bright and brilliant group of students who shared a lot of feedback on what they would like to see in LCAP development next year. And so it was a privilege to be able to come to their meeting and meet with them early in the process. So we had surveys that went out to the community during a period of time, and they were translated directly in 3 languages. However, we did offer up a video for families to show them how Google Translate can also translate those surveys in up to 100 other languages so that families could participate. So these were given out, and we're really ecstatic that our input and participation increased this year. We had over 3,000 educational partners who took the survey versus 2,672 in 2022 and 1,516 in 2021. So we're seeing almost double there from just 2 years ago, the increase in participants. And just want to highlight here just of the people who took the survey, what demographics or what groups they represent. And then also you can see what surveys were accessed. The direct translation surveys, 95% of them were the English surveys. Our biggest group of participants in the survey were actually OGSD students. We had 2,113 of those responses through the survey came from our students. And so that was great to see. And it was a pleasure to read their comments and hear their voice. Our second biggest group were our parents and legal guardians. And then our certificated staff was our 3rd largest group. You'll see on the next slide, we also broke down for you just the ethnicity of respondents of the survey in particular. And so just wanted to highlight here a couple of things for your attention. We are really happy to see that with the exception of one student group, we saw a good correlation between the percentage of respondents in the survey and our Oak Grove student population. So you can see here, for example, we had 13% in 2023 of respondents identified as white, and that is 12% of our student population for Oak Grove. You'll see there for Asian, for Latino, there is where we see a little bit of a disproportionality of respondents versus our population of students. But I do want to highlight that in the last couple of years that has been increasing. So 2 years ago, it was just 22% of respondents. This year was 30% of respondents. And then you can see for all of the other racial and ethnic groups of the district, we see some clear or tight correlation to our student population in the district. In these next few slides, we had a question in the survey that asked for feedback on how well do you think we are, do you agree or strongly agree on how Oak Grove is meeting these goals? So these are the big goal areas. So goal 1, you saw here that 74.7% of respondents agree or strongly agree that Oak Grove is preparing all students to be proficient in Common Core state standards. We also were interested to know how familiar are the respondents with these goals. And so we did add a question or an option for them to say, I don't know enough about the goal to respond. And so we did see 17.8% responded that way, which helps us with data on how much more we can kind of scaffold or clearly communicate what that goal means for our community and for our students. Goal 2 is about accelerating proficiency of students with high needs, and that encapsulates our multilingual learners, our students experiencing homelessness, foster youth, and students who are underperforming based on data in comparison to their peers. 62.6% of survey respondents answered that we are that they agree or strongly agree that we are working towards progress or success in this goal area. And then after these goal areas, we'll get into a little bit more specifics of action item feedback. Goal 3 is about asking how you feel Oak Grove is providing inclusive learning environments for students with disabilities. 68.8% of respondents stated that they agree or strongly agree that we are providing that for our students with disabilities district-wide. 22.2% responded they didn't know enough about the goal to have input. Goal 4, 79% of respondents agree or strongly agree that we are preparing students to master 21st century skills using technology. This was the second highest percentage. This goal was the second highest of respondents saying that we are successful or they agree or strongly agree that we are meeting this goal. And only 12.2% felt like they didn't know enough about the goal to answer here. Goal 5 is in safe, engaging, and in creative learning environments. We had 76.1% of respondents agree or strongly agree that Oak Grove is providing safe, engaging, and creative learning environments. This scored number 3 of all of the goals as the area where they feel like we are being successful in progress towards the goal. 7.9% of recipients or respondents answered that they didn't know enough about the goal to respond. And then goal 6, we saw this was the number 1 goal that the feedback where the participants said that we are successful. They agree or highly or strongly agree that we are successful in actively engaging parents and community members. So we felt like that was heartening to hear, especially being 2 years out of COVID and the return to in-person school. And so that was our number 1 goal area where survey respondents said that we are engaging it successfully in the goal there. We had some questions about, or we've been asking this question the last few years to our respondents that out of all of the goals, all 6 of the goals, which one do you think should be the top priority for the next school year? And goal 5, again, it was the 3rd year in a row that they responded that goal 5 in providing safe, engaging, and creative learning environment should be the top priority for the 23-24 school year. So that was almost 40% of respondents responded with goal 5. So that was a highlight of just some responses about just the big picture goals. But then we also asked, we had 2 fill-in response questions where we asked respondents first on the left side, what actions or services do you find valuable? So which ones do you feel like we are valuable to you and you want us to continue to provide? And so our educational services team did a fantastic job in reading through all of the comments and tallying them and figuring out where the patterns were. And so you see the top 10 responses here on the left. Free breakfast and lunch program was something that overwhelmingly respondents said that they really valued and appreciated and want to continue to see as a resource. And then you see down the list from visual and performing arts, interventions, field trips, after school programs. These are things that our community values. There are other top responses listed down at the bottom. There wasn't maybe enough kind of weight or enough numbers of families or people who responded who noted those things, but it was still significant enough to mention down at the bottom: PBIS, safety, science camp, quality staff, community events, clubs, and activities. Then on the right side, and you'll actually see some correlation between both sides and some answers, but the question that we asked is, in preparation for the next school year, what are the greatest needs for your child or your family as it relates to Oak Grove? The number 1 answer there was around safety for students, safety at schools, modernization and upgraded facilities, which we're really excited that we have the community support fiscally to be able to provide those upgrades and modernization over the next few years. Mental health support, counseling. They appreciate the free breakfast and lunch, but also gave input. That was number 4 area of maybe some healthier options for food. Visual and performing arts. And we're excited tomorrow to participate in the May revise for the governor's budget to get more information, hopefully, on Prop 28, as that's going to be future funding that the voters have allocated to school districts, and seeing where we can use those funds to support visual and performing arts. And then you see the other items listed there through number 10 in what they feel like are their greatest needs. We also asked some questions about communication. We want to just make sure that parents are in the loop of what we're communicating with them as priorities. And you see here that the highlights that we heard from our partners is to keep parent square communication. They've highly valued that. They really appreciated the weekly community updates from the superintendent every Monday. And they felt that there was good and timely communication from the district. So if you added up 4 and 5, 59.6% of the respondents feel as though we are doing a good or great or excellent job in communicating as a district. And the next slide is for school communication. How are we rating in school communication? And we saw here that a combined 65.1% of respondents feel like we're doing a great or excellent job in school communication. And they highlighted they like the frequent communication, and they appreciate the school newsletters and communication from principals and teachers. And so really want to lift up our school staff, not just principals, but teachers who are using Parent Square to give updates to the community. And so we appreciate that very much. Now that we have all of this input, what is it that we're looking towards to be able to incorporate into LCAP development for next year? There's lots of things that we look at in terms of prioritizing for decisions. The biggest one is, fiscal and financial availability of funding and trying to maximize our funding, maximizing all of our one-time funding, categorical funding, and seeing what we can do to meet the interests and the feedback of the community. So we highlighted here in the next few pages things that we are preparing to fold into the LCAP draft that we'll be bringing to you next month. I really want to thank the business services team for being at the table with us many, many times over the last few months and trying to marry the needs programmatically with what we can provide fiscally. And so we will continue to provide breakfast and free lunch. And we just heard this week that we're going to be providing some grocery cards to all Oak Grove students based on the overwhelming response of universal meal applications and the work of our CNS team and applying for that. We're excited about that. A wide and ongoing need for mental health services. So we're looking at how to increase that for students next year. Focus on culturally relevant curriculum and resources to teach with a diverse, equitable, inclusive lens. So we're expanding ethnic studies implementation next year to cohort 2. We're also taking a look at what systemic and systematic equity, anti-racist, anti-bias PD we can do district-wide next year as well. And we're also in conversation about offering LGBTQ plus sensitivity training and ongoing professional development next year in the LCAP draft plan. So kind of doing it in cohort models, being also sensitive to how many release days that we don't want to impact the calendar on too, but really working on what is that 3 to 5 year plan so that we can get that wider training needed. Support for extended day, extended year intervention. So we've provided schools with funding to provide that intervention before and after school. We'll continue to support that, $15,000 per school site next year. A few other things that you see here is just ongoing opportunities for parent advocacy and training. We're going to be adding an itinerant PE teacher to support Del Roble, Christopher, and Indigo 7th and 8th graders so that they can get a PE period as well as access to after school sports opportunities. And so we're excited to bring on that itinerant PE teacher next year. Increasing opportunities. We're going to bring back more community events. We had so much wonderful turnout for our recent Cinco de Mayo and Cultural Arts Expo. Even with the rain, people showed up and banded together, helped move tables inside. It was a joyous occasion, and we look forward to planning more of those next year. We're also going to be widening restorative justice training next year. We have 2 of our ESD administrators who are trainers went to trainers of trainers, and so they'll be able to provide that. We have a robust plan for that next year. In addition to the science curriculum, we're excited to bring, and then you see on, just continued things on these next pages. Ones I want to lift up too on the last page are just some of the things around special education and supporting our students with disabilities. With one-time relief funds, we did add an additional FTE school psychologist to support. We're going to be retaining that additional FTE school psychologist for the coming years. And we're really excited to report that we have stability in our school psychologist staff for next year. So that was really great to see. We're going to expand and add additional special day classes to begin the school year under contract capacity. We've heard some conversation about our collaboration with CSEA about making RBT positions district positions, union positions for the district. And we're also going to be offering de-escalation training for all special education staff. It's going to be offered through safety care trainers. So we've heard that as a priority as well in feedback. So that's just a little bit of a preview or front loading, so we speak, or so we say in education, for the LCAP draft that we'll be bringing to you on June 15th. That's also when we'll have the public hearing, and we'll continue to collaborate with BSD to see what we can do to make those programs a reality for next year, while also being fiscally solvent. And then we'll be bringing we're bringing it to you for adoption on June 20th.
Assistant Superintendent Bowles, one of the areas highlighted was restorative practices. There was a previous question at a different setting related to if our administrators are also participating in training for restorative practice. beyond our trainers as well. And so can you just comment on that as well?
Yeah, so our administrators are participants, or they have the opportunity to be participants in that training. We also had our student services administrators going to the CASQA conference in Fresno this past week. And we also have, I know that Director Ortiz has been talking about some of the trauma-informed PD as well that we're looking at trying to fold into next year as well in PD. But yes, administrators are open to attend these PDs, and along with ethnic studies, we encourage them to come, especially if they have teachers going through the cohort, to come to those days and be trained. And we've been able to join those days as well. It's been quite informative.
I'm glad you mentioned trauma-informed trainings. The best training I've ever participated in as a teacher for trauma-informed strategies has been with National Compadres Network, who I know are active in the Silicon Valley. Is that an organization that is currently training our teachers or is on your radar for trauma-informed training?
I'm not sure exactly the who they saw at the conference in Fresno last week, but I've certainly noted it down, and we can do some further research on what they offer for training in this area of trauma-informed care and professional development.
Okay, I'll send some resources, and I can't speak highly of them enough.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Bowles.
Thank you so much. Are there any public comments at this time?
No virtual comments.
Okay, I'm seeing none in person. Any other questions or comments from trustees? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for the thoughtfulness. And every time someone presents, it's noticeable the holistic approach and the lens that you all take when it comes to serving students, trying to engage parents, reaching out, building community, and then not just checking a box to get the feedback, but actually incorporating that feedback in your decision-making process. So I just want to say that I noticed that, and it's appreciated. I'm also curious, it may not be possible for this time, but just going forward, just kind of given the circumstances with everything that's happening around special education, for the demographics, you have the different groups, like community groups, and just wondering if it's possible, or maybe you already have it, right? Like which of the parents of students with special needs are taking the survey. And then also maybe listing that, right, and is almost like what was done with race and ethnicity, and corresponding that with what proportion of students who are in the district receiving SPED services, with correlating that with parents and students who are taking the survey. I would just be really curious to see what that looks like, and are they represented? And maybe that's an area to do more engagement and reaching out to actually get their input and feedback on how we can better serve our students in SPED.
Thank you. Thank you for that suggestion. And this year was the first year we put together a special education council of parents. So we do have a specific parent group. And so we hope to utilize them more to also give input to us. So thank you for the feedback. And we do always say it is a privilege to write this plan on behalf of the interests of our educational partners in the community.
I have another comment. I'm happy to see all the work on ethnic studies that you've been showing us and the investments that it currently has. I would very much like to see a presentation from the ethnic studies leaders in our district, the teacher participants, the first cohort included, that just show us what kind of work they're creating and what their learnings have been, and how we can continue to scale that for cohort 2. So I know that in other elementary districts, there is a yearly just update to the board about what's going on. And so to see a dedicated item for that would be nice. It doesn't have to be maybe in June, but maybe sometime in the fall.
Thanks, Member Pacheco. I'll also just note that for like a future agenda item and coordinate it with the audit to get some more details on that. Yep. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank
Good.
you, trustee Pacheco, for bringing that up. I think that it's a great idea, and I would also be interested in hearing from students and how that's impacted them and their learning and the impact that that's had on them, if possible.
Absolutely. Thank you for your comments. Any other comments or questions, trustees? All right. I think I asked already about virtual comments, right?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. I know. All right, so we are now on to our second information item of the night, the differentiated assistance. So Superintendent Manzo, I'll start with you to introduce the item.
Thank you, President Hernandez. And for this item, I am going to pass the baton immediately over to our Assistant Superintendent, Amy Bowles.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Monzo, President Hernandez, and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you some information about differentiated assistance and the plan that our Oak Grove team is starting to put into place to address some of the areas based on the California dashboard that we want to draw some attention and do some digging deeper into, taking a look at some of our district practices. And so I'm going to be co-presenting this evening with our director from Student Services, Oscar Ortiz. I'm going to go ahead and kick it off for us to just give a bit of a high level overview of a differentiated assistance. Wanted to note too, and thank our director, Janae Enna. She's our dashboard coordinator. Her husband, Mateo Enna, is getting a Follow Your Bliss award from the San Francisco 49ers this evening. So she sends her regrets that she's not able to present tonight. So I'm happy to do that. But this is a representation of her work and Director Ortiz. And so just so that you know, we have annually, and I think we have lots of working knowledge around this already, but the California School Dashboard gives indicators, state indicators, and we report to you local indicators about the progress of students and the community and our schools. And so in December of 2022, we had those indicators released for the first time in some years due to COVID in academic areas. And so we no longer have we don't have the color wheel this year, but we have low, very low, low, medium, high, and very high as the indicator areas. So the accountability system of the state is that if we have, or if there are districts who have student group performing in 2 or more of the state priority areas as either very low in academics or English learner progress, very low in graduation rate, or very high in chronic absenteeism, or very high in suspension rate, then there are accountability measures where the state says, you know, districts, this is an opportunity for you to engage in some cycles of inquiry and some root cause analysis to see how we can improve these results for students. And so click here. So here's an identification example where you would see a district who would be identified for needing differentiated assistance. This example here is for students with disabilities. And so you, as kind of correlated to the previous slide, if students with disabilities on the dashboard scored very low in both ELA and math, and then they also scored very high in chronic absenteeism, the district would be identified for needing differentiated assistance for that student group. You can see an example in the first column of African-American students. They did score low or very low and very low in ELA and math, and also very high in chronic absenteeism, but you need to score very low in both of those academic indicators for that to say that you are going to be in need of differentiated assistance in that area. ELPI is English Learner Progress Indicator. That's why in this example, you only see an indicator for the English learner column there. DA eligibility history for Oak Grove we wanted to share with you as a district. In 2017, we were not found eligible and needing differentiated assistance, but we did have an experience in 2018 where we were identified as being needing differentiated assistance and went through this process. We engaged in some deep work around students with disabilities and suspension, did a lot of root cause analysis, changed some of our practices and policies and training for teachers, not just teachers and administrators, not to say that we don't suspend for students with disabilities, but let's really make sure that we're looking at eligibility. Is this tied to their disability? Are we taking an equity stance and when we are looking at suspension of students? And so we did find that we were then not eligible the following year for differentiated assistance. The work that we did showed improvements on the dashboard. In 2019, 2020, and 21, as I said, some of those areas were halted in getting data from the California dashboard, but in December of 2022, we received results and saw that we were identified in 3 student group areas as meeting eligibility for differentiated assistance. So that's our foster youth in chronic absenteeism and suspension, our students experiencing homelessness in the areas of academics and chronic absenteeism, and students with disabilities in academics and chronic absenteeism. So that kicked off a process then for us to engage in technical assistance from our County Office of Education. Districts can choose to work with county offices. They can also choose to do the work individually, but there is no cost to districts to participate with county offices of ed. We did see a higher number of districts in Santa Clara County who were identified in need of differentiated assistance. The biggest determining factor was chronic absenteeism across the board.
Just a clarifying question. Can you share how suspensions impact or what role suspensions play in chronic absenteeism? Are they included in that or separated? So for example, if a student is being suspended from school, does that contribute to their chronic absenteeism or is that separate?
It does count as an absence, but chronic absenteeism is if you are 10% or more of the school year. And so, we take really great care in taking a look at students who are not, especially students with disabilities. So, because then we have to engage in a manifest determination meeting. And so, that could be a factor, but I think for students in Oak Grove, it really isn't something that will determine chronic absenteeism. As we're seeing and looking at students with chronic absenteeism, it really is due to absences and not because of suspension.
Students are in schools at Oak Grove for about 186 days, or how many exactly?
180 days. So at the end of the year, if they've been absent 18 or more days, it may be that the teacher calendar is somewhere a little higher at 186, but for students, it is 180 days. Yes. And so we work collaboratively with our county offices of education, and we have been engaging in meetings with them. This is an overview of our journey. We actually started in January. We hit the ground running right after we came back from break. So we got the identification in December, and then we compiled our team, and we've been chartering in an improvement project, investigating problems, learning through an improvement process. And this is going to continue in the fall as well. This is a timeline of the technical assistance. There's probably more information there than that you may be interested in right now, but you can look at your leisure as well. But essentially, it's made up of in-person 6-hour all day training, some deep dive work with county office support. And then in between, we have these work periods where we do have coaching calls with our county office coach. And then we have to do some homework or some tasks in between. And then we come back again for an all-day training and technical work at the county office. And so we've already engaged in 2 all-day trainings and several in-between sessions as a group here in the district office around our problem of practice. We'll engage again for an all-day training with the improvement network at the county office in September. And then we'll be working on our PDSA, plan, do, study, act cycles, or cycles of inquiry, as we are engaging in a problem of practice. These are the members of our team for Oak Grove. I myself attend in addition to all of our directors in educational services from special education, student services, curriculum instruction, and assessment. And then we also have for each of the teams members and staff who are not district office centralized. So we have school psychologists who help support Baldwin Elementary School, our community liaison who supports and is centered at Anderson School. And then we also have an English learner teaching partner. And we, I think we forgot to add here, we also have a principal. So Sarah Kate's March is also part of the team as well. And our coach is from Santa Clara County office is listed there as well. And so these are just some data points. I think we shared them with you earlier in the year with the dashboard data that just highlights. So if there are 2 or more areas you see in purple, that's what they are identified for as needing technical assistance. So students with disabilities or students experiencing homelessness and foster youth. You'll see here chronic absenteeism. So there are several student groups here that where they're a purple bar, but again, you need to be identified in more than one area. We now will turn it over to Director Ortiz, as our focus area problem of practice was around chronic absenteeism, specifically for students with disabilities. And he is our foremost expert and leads us in our processes district-wide around attendance, chronic absenteeism, and support for students. So I'll turn it over to Director Ortiz.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Bowles. Yes, so one of the tasks that we were asked to do was empathy interviews. And that's become a very powerful tool that I think the first time I read about it was through a book called Street Data. And so basically it's one-on-one conversations with a set preset number of questions, open-ended. And we interviewed counselors, instructional assistants, students with disabilities, and parents and RSP teachers. And so just to sit down and we gather that data, we analyze it. And it's a very informative process, and we came up with some key takeaways, including that our McKinney-Vento students with disabilities and students with disabilities are most significantly impacted by the absences. Students with disabilities struggled with the workload after they return from being absent, and mental health is a barrier for students with disabilities. So we can go to the next slide. Thank you. So based on some of the information we gathered and data we gathered, we defined a problem of practice. As you can see, we defined the group. We decided to focus on students with disabilities. We could have focused on other groups, but this was the largest group. And I know that by focusing on one group, the impact will go throughout the whole system. So we're focusing on students with disabilities that are chronically absent. And if you read at the bottom, it'll give you a little more clearance. Students with disabilities have about 41% chronic absenteeism rate, which is compared to the district-wide rate of 28.5. This represents a 24% increase compared to the 2019 dashboard results. So our students with disabilities are highly impacted by, they have a high number of chronic absenteeism, and they're impacted academically by that. Another exercise that we did is called, it looks like it's a root cause analysis. Another way you could call it is the fishbone. And so basically in this exercise, we brainstorm as a team saying, why do we think our students with disabilities are absent? So we just brainstorm all these different ideas. We put them all there in Post-its. We didn't put the original document because the writing is so small. But then based on that, we come up with some categories. And we grouped those, and these are the categories that the team came up with. That some of the reasons that we came up with were due to social emotional issues, some family resources needs, some academic needs, behavior needs, health needs, and then some things that we need to work on with developing our clear and equitable systems. And so based on that, so as you notice right now, we're just gathering sort of information and trying to define the problem as best as we can. We also looked at our current practices for not only enrolling students into our district, but also what do we do when a student is absent, right? And if you look at the bottom left, you'll see that, yes, the first thing is we do have a robocall system, our infinite campus system, calls a student to say, if the parents didn't call in, we check in with them and say, why are you absent, And if we don't get a response from the parents, then we have either our health clerk, our secretary, or our attendance clerks in the middle schools try to make contact with the family to try to verify the absence and see the reason for that. And then after a certain number of absences, we have some of our community liaisons, even our principals, do home visits to say, hey, Jorge has been absent for like 6 days. What's going on? And can we provide any services? Can we provide any support for your family? And so that's our current system right now. And well, of course, we're going to be looking at maybe modifying that and making it a little stronger. So I know we looked at the problem practice, but this is our aim statement, and aim doesn't really stand for, it's not an acronym or anything like that. It just means our goal. What's going to be our goal? So after further discussion, we said that our goal, but that by June 2024, we will decrease the chronically absent rate of our students with disabilities from 41% to 21%. That's going to be our goal for the end of the next year. I'm sorry, I'm mumbling a little bit. It's way past my bedtime, I got to tell you. Way past my bedtime. So that's what we're going to focus on this year as we go through this process. Our next steps, we are going to be continuing to meet and work on the improvement process, getting an action plan developed, and then continue with our coaching calls so that we can focus on this process and come with some solution-oriented actions. As Ms. Bowles, Assistant Superintendent Bowles shared earlier, we have gone through this process before, and it's very exciting to do it. We learn a lot, and we tighten our processes and make things better in general. So, and the next slide is for questions.
Thank you so much, Director Ortiz. I did want to go back to just highlight that even thus far, we haven't completed the process, but we have seen as of March 10th, 2023, that we've reduced our chronic absenteeism rate for students with disabilities to 27.4%. So we're glad to see that already we're making progress in some of the areas that we put into place, but we are excited to continue to bring that down even further to our goal of 21%. So if you have any questions at this time, we're happy to help answer them for you. Thank you so much.
I have some questions. So last time that we were talking about chronic absenteeism and certain student populations, I made a request to show that, for some data to show that transportation is not an impediment for kids that are experiencing chronic absenteeism that are not special education. Because we know that special education kids do have access to transportation, but what about everybody else? What about English learners or Latinos or socioeconomically disadvantaged or homeless youth? That part I don't, like, I'm sure maybe they do have access to that, but I just want to know concretely if through the empathy interviews, were those populations targeted? And is there any data to show that by increasing transportation services at the district, would that decrease chronic absenteeism? Or would it not? Would it have zero impact? That answer to that question is something I really want to know.
Yes, thank you. We can get some further data for you on that, but we have increased and changed opportunity access for some students this year who have shown a need either to community liaisons or the school secretary if they need transportation help and if they have chronic absenteeism. If there's an existing bus route between the students, school and home or neighborhood, we have been providing that transportation where we can, where there is room on the bus routes. I think that has helped with some chronic absenteeism, but we've been really trying to focus on equity and who needs that. A lot of our newcomer families that we've been finding have really been reaching out for need. We do provide transportation for students experiencing homelessness and also our foster youth, either through tickets, bus tickets, taxi service, or existing routes where there is room. We did not hear from many of the families about transportation in our empathy interviews, but I did speak to one instructional assistant, and something that she brought up as in relation to that is just the growing mindset of families who are hesitant to have their students walk to school. And so they are impacted when their parents may not be able to drive them for whatever reason. And so it kind of really opened my eyes to the conversation with the team about how we can promote more safe walking school buses or just safety and how to get to school and encouraging bike safety and walking safety and organizing that for communities. But we did see that come up, and we're seeing definitely an increase to students who are being driven to school, even in their neighborhood schools. And so that was really interesting that came up in the empathy interviews. And so not really directly correlated to the transportation question, but just another kind of point of view that was brought up of, how much more hesitant hesitant I think families are about having their students walking to school, even in their neighborhood school. So how can we start to really look at strategies to address that as well? But I'll make note of the data request.
Thank
For
you.
you, trustee Pacheco.
Thank you.
Any other comments from trustees or questions?
Just curious, what do you feel has been maybe one of the leading factors to see the reduction that you've seen thus far in chronic absenteeism?
Yeah, it's been interesting in taking a look at root causes, and we've been trying to narrow down like what is high impact but maybe low effort. And so that's where we're trying to find the sweet spot, the low hanging fruit of what we can take a look at. And some of the things that really actually came up and highlighted for us is how we can be clearer and more consistent and transparent about processes and what's offered. I think that there are best practices happening across the district and how to engage families back to school, but there is an opportunity to systematize that and maybe provide some consistency to that. And so where can we also be very clear on the roles that everybody in the system plays, from our community liaisons to secretaries to principals to teachers to parents, and so that we're leveraging everybody in clear and in clear resources. And so just kind of tightening up our flow charts, talking to secretaries at their meetings, just clarifying information seems to be also a big impact. The other thing that the group brought up was just bringing up this idea or this topic of attendance at every single IEP meeting and making it a goal. And so making sure that that is going to be embedded. Also an easy thing to put into place since they're having the meeting already, but are we doing that consistently and bringing up that topic of attendance at every single IEP meeting? So those are a few of just the small things that we've tried, and we're excited to engage in some even deeper things that maybe might take a little more effort, but we started with the high impact, low effort areas first. Yeah.
Building off your effort comment and then addressing your question too, I think when we try to think about root causes for chronic absenteeism, what are those factors that like make it worse? I think we also have to look at the subpopulations, because what is causing it to be bad for SPED kids is probably going to be very different from kids who are not SPED, who are part of a different population. And because one population would have access to certain transportation or maybe other services that maybe other kids would not. And so I think that's why I really want to figure out a more nuanced analysis of what are the root causes and make sure that it's organized by population and see if there's any continuity in their responses, which I don't think that's the way the data is organized at this point. And I think another thing too is regarding effort, if we are going to try to figure this out, these, creating flow charts, talking to secretaries, making sure they have everything that they need to communicate all of this. At the end of the day, these families are not going to be the ones at the district office or sometimes at the secretary calling in, and these are the most hard to access families. And so the more effort is definitely necessary. And that's why I'm hoping that we can think of ways to access them, because they're just so difficult to access.
Any other comments or questions? Okay. I think what I'm also hearing is maybe a summary of all the efforts. And I think we might have had one earlier this year. Oscar, I can almost remember us talking about it, but maybe not. And maybe that would just be helpful of just what are all the current strategies and current efforts? Because I think something that you're asking along the lines of like, how do we access our families? Are we doing the house visits, right? Are we reaching them out to where they're at instead of expecting them to come here? And so maybe just some more information of what strategies are already being implemented. And it sounds like that is going to come from the plan in the coming months. And then with our oversight of maybe some gaps or knowledge and experiences we have, that might help the dialogue a little bit, be a little bit clearer. But yeah.
Yeah, I am curious. Sorry, Carla.
No, go ahead.
If you guys collect data on like for single parent households, things like that, the comments that Jorge made really resonated with me. As far as like, the people that don't typically get the resources, the people that are not as connected. I actually have, as a single mother, I have a lot of single mother friends. One of them, I am carpooling and making sure her daughter can get to school and home from school. And I remember, and it resonated with me well, because I remember that the way that she asked me was she gave a note to her daughter and gave it to me. And I was like, well, we could have connected, at school. And I realized that, like, just like me, she's continuously busy. She doesn't have the same resources and she doesn't have the same time. And so I would be curious to see what the at-home situation, I don't know how, if you collect that data or if that's possible, if parents are comfortable with sharing that information. But seeing like what resources we can get to single parent households.
Or organizing carpooling. Would be, yeah. Well, thank you everyone so much for your thoughtful comments and questions this late of night. And of course, thank you Assistant Superintendent Bowles and Oscar Director for presenting this very important information that I think all of us are passionate about to get our kids to go, at our schools and participating fully. And then some of the plans in place to help support them when they're not quite making it. So I appreciate it. I don't believe we have any comments in person. Rochelle, are there any public comments online for item 7.2?
Mary Paz Berlin.
Thank you, President Berlin.
Hi, good evening. Yes. So just in listening to the discussion, I appreciate the comments that you're having, and I appreciate the discussion that we're having in regards to student absenteeism. And in regards to what Trustee Gonzalez had just mentioned and sharing your own experiences with that, it brings to mind that these are the kinds of needs that we could have or we could be having when we have a steering committee for community schools. This is something that we could leverage our community connections with each other to see how we can help each other as a community to get our kids to school. So even if we don't have the resources because we've had to cut back on some transportation, how can we connect with each other to make sure our students become, or our students, not just our own personal, biological kids, but also our kids in our kids' classes, our neighbors, that we kind of help each other through this so that we are leveraging our power as a community. That can be, right now, that's an identified need that we have since it's been, we've been identified, and this is something that we have to work on. But this is an example of one of the needs that we can work on, and it can be addressed in a model like our community schools model. So it does resonate with me, and I appreciate the personal example that you shared, Trustee Gonzalez, and I think it's a way to address these kinds of issues. They're not super hard issues, but I think the solutions, we have to be creative in how we do it. And if we can get more people to participate in finding those kinds of solutions with each other through the community schools model, we could really reduce the number of student absences for our school district. So thank you.
Thank you for sharing. All right. That brings us to our item 7.3, the summer projects presentation 22-23.
Thank you, President Hernandez. You'll probably notice a number of things that may look familiar since a number of items have been coming to the board for approvals since starting in January and throughout the number of months. But we thought that bringing a more comprehensive summary may be helpful for the board in seeing holistically what that looks like for the summer. So with that, I'll have Associate Superintendent Evans present this item.
Yes, thank you. I just, you approved many contracts and lots of paper. We wanted to kind of talk to you about what that is intended to accomplish and achieve in the months ahead. And also talked a little bit about the things we've done during the school year. If we can go to the next slide, we'll kind of look at the completed projects that we've done during the year, what we plan to attack over the summer of 23, and then we'll start looking to what's summer of 24 going to bring, and that takes a lot of lead time. So we'll be working with Assistant Superintendent Bowles. Oh, next slide. No, sorry. I'm moving it on my screen so I can see, but I'll have to cue into Najib. And then the planning for, the next phase and next summer bond project. So let's go to the next one and look at some of our completed projects. The base portable was relocated at Frost Indigo. This was a challenging project. It took a long time in working through things with the utilities and getting that done. The site was very cooperative, but the challenges, for example, with the weather, kept PG&E very busy this winter, so it kind of slowed our progress on that as well, and just other hurdles we had to come over. But we were able to walk through it the other morning. It's a beautiful looking space and finally getting into use and implemented. At Oak Ridge, we adjusted the fencing. The fencing was done several years back, and as we live into things, oftentimes we find they don't function the way we may have intended with the design. And we found there were some areas we needed to improve. So the front curb appeal right on the corner there, we extended the fencing around because the way the students exit the cafeteria with their lunches and go eat out front, they were outside perimeter at certain points. So we made a modification there and adjusted that. And another thing we found at Taylor was there was still a section over on Woolsey that had some 4-foot fencing near one of the county bungalows that provided services to our district. So we brought that up to 7-foot fencing, and we'll continue that down all the way down the street as we work on for the summer and some other summer projects. And then we also had some upgrades to the fencing here around the district corporation yard. Our maintenance yard has a lot of things of interest and value, and oftentimes we've had a lot of break-ins. So it was just to provide more security for our facilities here and our equipment here to keep the district operating and not have trucks down because the catalytic converters were taken or things like that. Next slide. So getting underway for summer of 23, and I think as all of us have learned in education, summer's not June, July, and August anymore. It's a much shorter window, and so that makes a big challenge for our construction projects. But we'll be continuing at Bernal with work this summer. We're going to do the HVAC and the fire system upgrade, continue some roofing work. This summer, we'll be doing the HVAC on the first floor of the building, and some roofing repairs. And then next summer, we'll be doing the HVAC on the second floor and upgrading the fire system. This has to be phased because it's a big project. And again, that window for work is limited. Frost is another project that was being done last summer. We did all that streetscape. It looks beautiful there. We did some roofing work, and we're going to do HVAC and the fire system upgrade to finish that project this year. And similar at Stipe, a lot of work last year doing the HVAC improvements on one level. We're going to go back and finish the rest of the building and do the fire system upgrade. So it will be a tight schedule, be working hard. Mr. Altamirano and I and our block construction is doing these projects for us. We'll be working closely, meeting with them regularly. We've already started those meetings, and they're actually going onto site, particularly at Bernal on Saturdays, to kind of get as much done and started as possible so they know everything they're going to be facing as soon as they can get onto campus in June. Next slide, please. Some other summer work, not quite as intense as the previous projects I mentioned, but you just approved the installation of the site security cameras. So those will get started in June and go into the fall. The flooring in Christopher and Hayes, and then also at Frost Indigo, separate from the roofing projects and the HVAC project, we're going to be doing some paving and some site improvements there, putting in some synthetic turf, re-fencing some areas, putting down some fresh blacktop areas over in the Indigo courtyard area there. there any questions I can answer for the things so far? Here again, fits into right with this evening's approvals, the port and place rubber going along with the playgrounds that you approved previously at Christopher Elementary, Del Roble, and Sakamoto. And those are on track and working to get the final details there and get that underway. Relatively easy install. The port and place rubber takes a little time, and then we'll have some work, probably asphalt work around the perimeters to freshen up where the new lines are from where the old playground perimeters were. And lastly, on the summer 23, if you've been on campuses, you may realize underneath those solar panels, the grass doesn't grow and it stays muddy for a very long time. So we're looking at redoing those. We've done them in some places to have asphalt and play spaces. And we've worked closely with the principals to design play spaces that serve a variety of student interests, whether they're students who want to be independent, play in pairs, or smaller groups. So just a variety of play options for students and making the space more functional underneath those solar panels. And then lastly, other capital projects. These are kind of more in the general maintenance. We'll be doing some minor classroom flooring replacements and repairs, smaller scale carpeting versus what we're doing at Christopher and Hayes, paving and concrete replacement and patches where necessary, taking care of landscaping, trees. Portables oftentimes have what are called barge units, or the HVAC units that sit on the outside of the building. We'll be dealing with those as needed. And then just water fountains and other maintenance and general issues that need to be taken care of. And then as we go on into the summer, we'll really start kind of looking at what is the map to get us to our projects for next summer of 2024, where are we going to start addressing classrooms and things like that. So again, working with Assistant Superintendent Bowles and Superintendent Monzo to kind of get that rolling forward. All right. Any questions I can answer? Okay. Good. Thank you.
So much. Any comments from the public online? Okay, I will now open up the floor to the board for any correspondence or discussion.
Feel a little guilty that I feel like I'm holding us all up here. But I do want to just say that I had the chance to visit Ledesma this week with Superintendent Monzo. Thank you so much for just being a host, and also to the principal. It's a very hectic time of year, lots of testing happening, end of the year projects, prepping. The weather is also warming up, so students are a little bit more anxious. And I can honestly say that I felt like I was observing a swan in motion, right? It's a metaphor, just everything seems to be gliding across glass up top, but underneath, that those legs are ferociously pedaling. And that was evident, in each of the classrooms that I went to with the educators, the principal who was a gracious host, and even in the SDC class, where, they have a long-term sub, right? And everyone is working tremendously and collaboratively, right? To support the students that are there. And I share that to say, just with everything that's going on, we're all feeling the pressures, right? From every side. Educators are feeling the pressure to maintain that swan-like effect while still meeting the needs of all of the students. Admin is feeling that impact. As leaders in the district, you're feeling the impact. As fiduciaries, we're feeling that impact, right? Because we know that our federal government has yet to fulfill its promise to fully fund public special education. And so it's a crisis. And it is not something that is fun or easy to navigate. And just like with the pandemic, right, we all kind of had to pivot and work together. And the intention to serve and meet the needs of the students is observable on all aspects. And so I share all that to say that I'm just wondering, as you all continue to kind of work through these challenges, how to create spaces to collaborate in an ongoing effort with educators, with students, with parents, to work through these things beyond just this board meeting, right? It puts a burden on the community to come here to kind of share their frustrations, their hurts, and their hopes and what they want to see, right? But creating a space where they feel like they can be partners with you in working through this, right? We all got through the pandemic, and I know that we can get through this as well. But how can we do that in a collaborative way on a consistent basis going forward, so that our those who are in the classrooms feeling it every single day feel supported and feel heard and feel like they're a part of the solution, and that help is on the way. Because again, it's not just unique to Oak Grove School District. This is a national issue, and it's not all within our scope of resolving, because we're underfunded. Special education is grossly, disgustingly underfunded. And so we can continue that advocacy elsewhere, but I just want to share that. I also had the chance to attend the DEIB committee meeting hosted by Assistant Superintendent Chidas. And it was a great discussion with the folks that were there, just on how we can be, more reflective in looking at being inclusive and diverse, and how do we kind of tear down these systems of oppression that we might be perpetuating consciously and unconsciously. So thank you for that. Looking forward to continuing that next year. And with that concludes my remarks. Thanks.
Just two things. One, the CSBA is having their delegate assembly this weekend, so I'll be going there, and I'll report back at the next board meeting of what we talk about and what they're thinking about at the state. The second thing I wanted to highlight too is I want to revisit our equity board policy and see if we can make some tweaks to add language about specific forms of bigotry that this district stands against, such as racism, Islamophobia, homophobia, anti-Semitism, etc. I read our equity board policy. It doesn't, and it can, and I believe it can easily fit things like that. So to make it more consistent with what our district believes and stands for. So I just wanted to highlight that, and especially for members of the board policy subcommittee.
There are some open houses coming up, and so we are excited to partake in as many as we can. And we look forward to meeting the community action pool sites. We also will be attending the graduations and the promotion ceremonies that are going to be occurring. And we're also very excited to be and celebrating at your community. And then I'll just shout out Herman for hosting the Golden Mile celebration and the churro truck that was out there. It's good. Had a wonderful time again, just being in the community, saw some awesome art pieces. Saw Oscar in your awesome outfit. So it was just a wonderful just beginning of May and the school year. Thank you just endlessly everyone in this room, outside of the room, all the work that you guys are doing. Just appreciate it. So with that, adjournment. Okay. All right. And now we're we will return momentarily.
I would say in about 10 to 15 minutes.
Enjoy the graduation.